Doa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, sesungguhnya Engkaulah Tuhan yang mempunyai kebesaran dan keagungan, yang memerintah dan mentadbir alam sekalian. Tiada berlaku sesuatu melainkan dengan kehendak dan kekuasaan daripada-Mu jua. Kepada Engkaulah sebenar-benarnya tempat kami meletakkan harapan dan memohon pertolongan. Ya Allah, apalah kiranya dengan kemurahan-Mu Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami sebaik-baik ilham dan fikiran, dan berikanlah kami sebaik-baik pimpinan untuk menjalankan tugas dan kewajipan kami. Mudahkan kepada kami segala kerumitan dalam menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan yang diperbahaskan di dalam sidangan kami ini, dan sampaikanlah kami kepada kata sepakat dan tujuan-tujuan yang muktamad demi untuk kepentingan dan kebaikan negara. Seterusnya, kepada Engkaulah juga kami harapkan agar segala usaha dan cita-cita kerajaan dalam rancangan-rancangan pembangunannya akan berhasil dan berjaya untuk membawa kemakmuran, keadilan dan kebahagiaan kepada rakyat seluruhnya. Amin.
Upacara angkat sumpah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, bagi memulakan atur cara mesyuarat kita pada pagi ini, kita akan memberi laluan kepada seorang ahli yang berhormat untuk mengangkat sumpah. Setiausaha Dewan akan memanggil nama ahli yang berhormat tersebut untuk ke hadapan bagi melafazkan sumpah atau ikrar. Selepas lafaz sumpah atau ikrar, ahli yang berhormat dikehendaki untuk menandatangani surat cara sumpah atau ikrar di meja yang disediakan. Terima kasih.
Yang berhormat Datuk Sebastian Ting Chiu Yu, N73 Piasau.
Saya, Sebastian Tin Chiu Yu, setelah dipilih menjadi ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi Negeri Sarawak, adalah dengan sesungguhnya berikrar bahawa saya akan menunaikan kewajipan saya sebagai demikian dengan jujur dan dengan segala daya upaya saya, bahawa saya akan mendupakkan taat, setia sejati kepada negeri Sarawak dan kepada Persekutuan Malaysia, dan bahawa saya akan memelihara, melindungi dan mempertahankan Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak dan Perlembagaan Persekutuan.
Pemasyuran daripada Tuan Speaker.
Ahli yang berhormat, I wish to make the following announcement. Pursuant to Standing Order 69, bracket 2, bracket B, the Standing Orders and Selection Committee have nominated the chairman and members for the following successional select committee. Public Accounts Committee under Standing Order 70, Yang Berhormat Insinyur Loh Kichiang, Yang Berhormat Encik Muhammad Chi bin Kadir, Yang Berhormat Encik Si Chi Hao, Yang Berhormat Encik Wilson Nyabung anak Liang, Yang Berhormat Encik Miro anak Simbo, Yang Berhormat Encik Roland Tuat anak Jubin. And the chairman of this committee is Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Razali bin Haji Gafur. House Committee under Standing Order 71, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Hajah Fatimah Abdullah, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Stephen Rundi Anak Utom, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Lee Kim Shin, Yang Berhormat Datuk Haji Julaihi bin Haji Narawi, Yang Berhormat Datuk Francis Hadin Holis, Yang Berhormat Datuk Henry Harry Anak Jenip, and I, being the Speaker, shall be the Chairman of the House Committee. Public Petition Committee under Standing Order 72, Yang Berhormat Datuk Roland Sagah Wee In, Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Jirip Anak Susil, Yang Berhormat Datuk Liwan Lagang, Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Pengguang Manggil, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sebastian Chiu, Datuk Sebastian Ting Chiu Yiu, Yang Berhormat Insinyur Aidil bin Leriwu, and I, being the Speaker, shall be the Chairman of the Public Petitions Committee. Committee of Privileges under Standing Order 73, Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Douglas Ugah Embas, Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Haji Awang Tengah Ali Hassan, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Profesor Dr. Sim Kui Hin Tian, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Abdul Karim Rahman Hamzah, Yang Berhormat Datuk Hajah Sharifah Hasidah binti Said Aman Ghazali, Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Malcolm Musin Anak Lambuh, Yang Berhormat Datuk Haji Idris bin Buang, and I, being the Speaker, shall be the Chairman of the Committee of Privileges. Pursuant to Standing Order 71, being the Chairman of the House Committee, in exercise of the power under Standing Orders, appoint the following members as members of the Dewan Negeri Event Committee. Yang berhormat Datuk Haji Len Talib Saleh, Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Abdul Rahman bin Haji Junaidi, Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Haji Abdul Rahman bin Haji Ismail, Yang berhormat Dr. Haji Anwar bin Rapai, Yang berhormat Datuk Snowden Lawan, Yang berhormat Datuk Abdullah bin Haji Saidul, Yang berhormat Encik Michael Tiang, Yang berhormat Datuk Sri Huang Tiong Shi, Yang berhormat Datuk Ding Kong Hin, Yang berhormat Insino Christopher Gira, anak Sambang, Yang berhormat Encik Abdul Yaakob bin Haji Arbi, Yang berhormat Encik Syafi'i bin Ahmad, Yang berhormat Datuk Hamzah bin Ibrahim, Yang berhormat Puan Dayang Nur Azah binti Haji Awang Sohor, Yang berhormat Encik Friday Anak Belik, and Chairman of the committee is Yang berhormat Datuk Hajah Rosi binti Haji Yunus. The committee shall assist the House Committee in the planning, organizing, managing, and monitoring any events or matter relating and incidental to the comfort and convenience of the services, amenities, and facilities of the members of the Dewan. Oleh Yang Berhormat, I have granted leave of absence under Standing Order 81 to Yang Berhormat Datuk Hamzah bin Haji Ibrahim, Honourable Member for N17, Setakan, for today's sitting.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang kedua. Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022, Minister of Finance and New Economy 2. Mike.
Okay. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 as contained in the Command Paper number 1 of 2022 laid on the table on the 14th February 2022 to be read a second time. The second supplementary estimates of ordinary expenditure 2021 as contained in Command Paper number 1 of 2022, comprising an additional sum of Ringgit Malaysia 478,843,946 is laid before the House in pursuant to Article 32 of the State Constitution. This additional expenditure is to meet the cost of various services incurred by various ministries and departments for which funds were not provided for or insufficiently provided for in the 2021 estimates. Detail of the additional expenditure is provided in Command Paper number 2 of 2022. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, I beg to move.
Second.
Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, I beg to support.
The second.
You beg to second. Oleh Yang Berhormat, the question is that the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2020 be read a second time. As many as other opinions say yes.
Yes.
As many as contrary opinions say no, the yes have it, the bill is read a second time.
Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022. Usul untuk membawa resolusi anggaran perbelanjaan pembangunan tambahan pertama 2021 kepada Jawatankuasa Perbekalan.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sir, I beg to move the following motion be referred to the Committee of Supply, that this Dewan resolve to refer to the Committee of Supply the first supplementary estimates of development expenditure 2021 as contained in the Command Paper number 3 of 2022 laid on the table on the 14th February 2022. Command Paper number 3 of 2022 is laid before the House in pursuant to Section 4(2) of the Development Fund Act 1966. As presented therein, there are 47 sub-activities and 68 sub-activities for which the additional provision are required. The total additional allocation required is Ringgit Malaysia 81,608,762. The amount required has been wired from saving among the subhead concerned or advanced from the contingency reserve. The additional allocation is to meet the following head of expenditure. Head P01, Land Infrastructure, Ringgit Malaysia 30. Head P02, Riverine Infrastructure, Ringgit Malaysia 20. Head P03, Government Building, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P04, Public Building, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P05, Public Utilities, Ringgit Malaysia 20. Head P07, Land Compensation and Residential Extension, Ringgit Malaysia 90. Head P08, Urban Development, 2,960,010. Head P09, Industrial Development, Ringgit Malaysia 20. Head P10, Rural Development, Ringgit Malaysia 20. Head P11, Local Authorities, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P12, Nature and Cultural Heritage, 10, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P13, Public Finance, 65,704,541. Head P14, Planning and Development, Ringgit Malaysia 50. Head P15, Knowledge Society, K Society Development, 12,195,015. Head P16, Drainage and Irrigation, 758,796. Head P17, Forestry, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P19, Social Development, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P20, Social Welfare, Ringgit Malaysia 30. Head P21, Crop Agriculture, Ringgit Malaysia 30. Head P24, Agriculture Development, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P27, Women and Family Development, Ringgit Malaysia 10. Head P29, Special Project, Ringgit Malaysia 10. A total of Ringgit Malaysia 81,608,762. Detail on the additional expenditure is provided in the Command Paper number 4 of 2022. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I beg to move.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I beg to second.
Al-Aidin Muhammad, the question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance and New Economy to be referred to the Committee of Supply. As many as the opinions say yes.
Yes.
As many as the contrary opinions say no, the yes have it, the motion is agreed. The Dewan shall now resolve into the Committee of Supply to consider the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2020 and the motion on the first Supplementary Estimates of Development Expenditure 2021. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, we are now considering Command Paper number 1 of 2022 and number 3 of 2022 together with the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2020. Honorable members, we shall now consider Command Paper number 1 of 2020. The question is that the amount in all heads as set forth in the second supplement estimates of ordinary expenditure 2021 be approved. As many as are of the opinion say yes.
Yes.
As many as contrary opinions say no, the yes have it, the second supplementary estimates of ordinary expenditure 2021 is approved. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, we shall now consider Command Paper number 3 of 2021. The question is that the amount in all heads as set forth in the first supplementary estimates of development expenditure 2021 be approved. As many as the opinions say yes. Yes. As many as contrary opinions say no, the yes have it. The first supplementary estimates of development expenditure 2021 is approved. We shall now consider the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2020.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule be ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as the opinions say yes. Yes. As many contrary opinions say no, the yes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 be ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as the opinions say yes. Yes. As many contrary opinions say no, the yes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clauses, schedules, and title.
The Dewan shall now resume. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister.
Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I wish to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022, the second Supplementary Estimates of Ordinary Expenditure 2021, and the first Supplementary Estimates of Development Expenditure 2021 and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang ketiga, Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 Minister for Finance and New Economy 2.
Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 be now read a third time and do pass.
Ahli yang berhormat, the question before the Dewan is that the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 be read a third time and do pass. As many as the opinions say yes, as many as contrary opinions say no, the yes have it, the bill is read a third time and passed.
Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022. Usul untuk melulus anggaran pembelanjaan pembangunan tambahan Pertama 2021. Minister for Finance and New Economy 2.
Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I beg to move that this Dewan resolve to approve the first supplementary estimates of development expenditure 2021 as contained in Command Paper Number 3 of 2022 as laid on the table on the 14th February 2022.
Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I beg to second.
Ahli yang berhormat, the question before the Dewan is that the Dewan resolves to approve the first supplementary estimates of development expenditure 2021 as contained in Command Paper Number 3 of 2020 as laid on the table on 14 February 2022 be approved. As many as the opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes have it, the motion is approved.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang kedua. Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022. Yang berhormat Menteri Pemodenan Pertanian dan Pembangunan Wilayah.
Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I beg to move that the Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 to be read a second time. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I beg to move a bill entitled An Ordinance to Establish the Sego and Nipah Development Board and to provide matters connected therewith and incidental thereto to be read a second time. Tan Sri Speaker, the cultivation of sago in Sarawak can be traced back to early 1880s and was among the key agriculture trading commodities of Sarawak since then. Our sago industry is presently dominated by a smallholder sector, which accounted for 92% of the total estimated planted area, of which accounted for 92% of the total estimated area of 32,329 hectares. Currently, there are 8 sago processing factories in operation with an average production of 1 to 1.5 metric ton of sago starch per hour. The main sago areas are in Mukah, Betong, and Serikei divisions. Sago smallholders still rely on traditional approach of cultivation, and this has contributed to the inconsistent of sago logs production as a raw materials for the downstream activities for the sago industry in Sarawak. Sarawak is the world's largest exporter of sago, nonetheless, sago flour. In 2020, Sarawak exported 37,884 metric tons of sago starch, valued at 78.29 million ringgit, mainly to Peninsular Malaysia and Japan, 51 35.27% and 35.47% of the total export, respectively. Sarawak has established its global market position for sago starch and to remain competitive. The government must ensure and sustain its comparative advantage over this market segment and price dominance. In this context, the state government is promoting and expanding the development of sago on commercial basis due to its potential as a food source through the establishment of a Sago and Nipah Development Board, or in short, SNDB. Mr. Speaker, the potential of sago industry has not been capitalized as an economic or commercial viability, mainly due to its long gestation period. However, based on the study by FAO, or Food and Agricultural Organizations, sago has its potential for food production and food security to meet the demand of growing populations in the future. Thus, therefore, sago is found to have a high starch content, environmental friendly, and a hardy crops. Mr. Speaker, sago is a food crop its starch has diversified uses in both food and non-food applications. It is widely used in the making of sago pearls, fish crackers, fish balls, noodles, sago pellets, and cookies. In addition, it has also been used as a thickener, filler, binder, and stabilizer, such as in the soups, instant desserts, custard powder, and confectionaries. Sago is also used as an ingredient in certain food and fermentation industry for the production of monosodium glutamate, sweetener, such as fructose, syrups, glucose, maltose, dextrose, and alcohol productions. The non-food potential applications of sago starch are mostly in the form of modified starch, as in the production of adhesive materials, while sago cellulosic biomass could be turned into a biodegradable packaging, animal feeds, biofertilizer, and biofuels. Mr. Speaker, over the past few decades, the relative importance of sago as a state key agriculture revenue earner has been gradually replaced by other commodities, namely oil palm, pepper, and rubber. This is due to the lack of control and regulations within the sago industry, where the industry players are operating in unorganized and fragmented segments, which most often are not aligned with the government's strategic objectives. As a result, the industry is currently inundated with the following issues. Number one, shortage of sago logs as a raw material. Number two, low sago productivity. Number three, limited usage of sago starch. Number four, low value chain in sago production. Number five, underutilized sago biomass. And number six, pollution created through milling activities. Mr. Speaker, to address these persistent and other emerging issues concerning the industry, it is pertinent that a statutory body be formed to oversee and to regulate the overall planning and development of sago industry in Sarawak. Therefore, it is timely for us to have this so-called Sago and Nipah Development Board. Mr. Speaker, I shall now touch on Nipah fruticans, or Nipah palm, which is a species of a palm native to the coastline and estuarine habitat of the Indian Ocean. In Sarawak, Nipah palms covers an area of about 111,351 hectares as a natural component of mangrove forest and covers extensive areas along the coast, estuaries, and riparian zones of the rivers. Like sago, Nipah palm is a perennial crop. Nipah palm can be tap 4 years after planting and keep yielding for more than 50 years, regenerating from underground stems and rootstock, and does not require replanting activities. Dr. Speaker, our local farmers have been using nipah palm from the natural nipah forest to produce nipah palm sugar or gula apong. Gula apong is considered as healthy organic substitute for synthetic sugar, which is ideal for diabetic patient, overweight people, and also the health-conscious society. It is also used as a sweetener and an ingredient in foods and confectionery products like pastry and local delicacies. In this regard, the government is promoting to increase the production, consumption, and marketing of gula apong, both for local and overseas markets, as initiatives to create economic activities for local farmers. At present, there is a Kuching-based company exporting gula apong products to Hong Kong, to South Korea, New Zealand, and Canada. The products include natural sugar, gula apong spread, granules, and syrups. Dr. Speaker, for the information of this August House, in the year 2021, Sarawak exported gula apong products valued at 1.93 million, while local sales generated 3.38 million ringgit. Dr. Speaker, recent studies by the Center of Internal Forestry Research, C4, have shown that nipah palm has significant potential for the production of biofuel in the form of bioethanol. Nipah palm has the potential to produce twice the amount of ethanol per hectare as compared to sugarcane and 4 times that of corn. In this context, one of the roles and functions of SNDB, the Sego and Nipah Development Board, is to explore the potential of nipah palm for ecosystem restoration and climate change mitigation, sustainable rural livelihoods, and renewable energy, as well as to seize new growth opportunities in this sector. Dr. Speaker, the passing of this bill is a new initiative under the purview of my ministry, Ministry of Modernization of Agriculture and Regional Development of Sarawak, with the following primary objectives. One is to promote, facilitate, and develop the sago and nipah industries as a new frontier to maximize economic returns and increase smallholders' income. Number 2, to formulate strategic objectives, policies, and priorities for the orderly development and administration of both sago and nipah in Sarawak. All activities in the upstream and downstream of the sago industry and nipah industry, including the planting of sago and nipah palms, the processing and utilization of sago and nipah, the production of sago starch and nipah sap, and manufacturing of sago products and nipah products, and all its derivatives, and any services related thereto. All these activities must be regulated by the implementation of registration and licensing scheme and enforcement activities. Dr. Speaker, one important aspect of this legislation is the central role of SNDB as a stewardship of the industries, to assist the government in its planning to ensure the future viability and sustainability of the sago and nipah industries in the state. I am optimistic with the passing of this bill, the implementation of all government initiatives and development programs will be more focused, effective, and efficient. This will lead to the increase of productivity, adoption of new technologies, and promote orderly development of upstream and downstream sectors, particularly in the marketing and the promotion of these commodities and its related scheduled activities for the smallholders in Sarawak. And finally, it could also help us to achieve the sustainability development goal that focuses on food security and that leads to conserving and sustainable use of our natural resources for an ultimate sustainable development of our sago and nipa industries. I therefore call all members of this August House to support this bill. I beg to move.
Something is wrong. Okay. May I call a minister to second?
Okay, Dr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Now I call upon the honorable members of this August House to debate on the second reading of the Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2020. Any honorable member wishes to speak? Oh, sorry. Beting Maru, honorable member from Beting Maru.
Terima kasih, Datuk Seri Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Datuk Speaker kerana telah memberi saya peluang untuk turut serta dalam perbahasan Rang Undang-Undang Sagu dan Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 pagi ini. Pembentangan Sago dan Nipah Board Bill 2020 ini oleh Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Stephen Rundi, Anak Utum, Menteri Permodenan Pertanian dan Pembangunan Wilayah dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N69 Kemenang pada pagi ini adalah amat tepat pada masanya. Ordinan ini adalah bagi menubuhkan satu lembaga yang dinamakan Lembaga Pembangunan Sago dan Nipah yang menggaris dan menyelia perkara-perkara berkaitan dengan pelantikan, pentadbiran, pengarah, kewangan, fungsi, kuasa dan sebagainya. Bagi pekebun sagu dan terutamanya bagi pengusaha gula apung, penubuhan lembaga ini amat ditunggu-tunggu kerana tiada badan khusus seperti ini bagi menjaga kepentingan pengusaha-pengusaha sagu dan nipah sebelum ini. Dan saya bagi pihak pekebun kecil sagu khususnya dan pemrosesan gula apung mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Kemenang dan Kerajaan JPS. Seperti digariskan dalam bahagian 3 ordinan di bawah fungsi dan kuasa-kuasa lembaga, lembaga ini akan memberi perhatian terhadap pembangunan komoditi sagu dan nipah, di samping berusaha untuk meningkatkan pendapatan pekebun-pekebun kecil, rumbia dan pengusaha-pengusaha gula apung, termasuk daripada aspek dasar perancangan, pemulihan, kawaslia, pengeluaran, pemasaran, penyidikan dan teknologi baru. Datuk Seri Speaker, pengeluaran sagu dari pokok rubia ataupun mulung adalah merupakan perusahaan tradisi sejak berkurun lamanya dan tidak dapat dipisahkan dengan masyarakat pesisir bandar, terutamanya kaum Melanau. Pokok rumbia juga merupakan sumber makanan asasi bagi kaum pribumi di Sarawak, antaranya suku kaum Bisaya dan Melanau. Sagu dan rumbia merupakan aset penting dan dianggap sebagai pokok emas yang telah banyak membantu ekonomi masyarakat pesisir. Pokok rumbia Metro Siaran Sagu merupakan sejenis tumbuhan dari keluarga Ariaceae ataupun keluarga palma yang kebanyakan yang tumbuh di kawasan tanah lembap gambut pesisir sungai. Taburan tumbuhan ini banyak terdapat di Malaysia, Indonesia dan juga Papua New Guinea. Pokok ini juga dipanggil sebagai pokok rumbia di Malaysia, sagu limbia Tagalog, sagu Thai, tagu bin Myanmar dan sebagainya. Sejarah penanaman dan perdagangan produk sagu Sarawak adalah sangat panjang dan menarik. Sarawak telah mengekspor sagu ke Singapura sejak tahun 1820. Pada tahun 1850-an terdapat sebanyak 30 buah kilang sagu telah dibuka di Singapura dengan pengeluaran sekitar 8,000 tan setahun yang mendapat bekalan bahan mentahnya iaitu sagu ataupun lamantak dari Sarawak, terutamanya dari bahagian Mukah, dan sagu yang telah diproses diekspor pula ke Eropah dan India. Pembukaan kilang di Singapura telah merevolusikan industri sagu dan perniagaannya. Sejak tahun 1820-an, permintaan negara Eropah dan Amerika terhadap kanji sagu untuk industri tekstil mereka meningkat, sehingga akan menjadikan perusahaan ini sangat menguntungkan. Pada tahun 1856, kilang sagu pertama telah dibuka di Kuching. Dengan adanya kilang itu, maka lamantak ataupun sagu tidak lagi perlu dihantar ke Singapura untuk diproses. Ekonomi Sarawak pada awal tahun 1850-an berkait rapat dengan perusahaan sagu. Dari segi nilai ekspor, sagu berada pada kedudukan teratas sebagai komoditi ekspor Sarawak pada tahun 1870 sehingga 1890. Kebanyakan sagu berkenaan adalah dari kawasan Mukah, Dalat, Oya, Rajang dan Seribas. Produk sagu bernilai 128,000 telah diekspor dari negeri Sarawak pada tahun 1870. Pada masa ini, Sarawak merupakan pengekspor sagu terbesar di dunia dengan mengekspor sekitar 25 hingga 40,000 tan bernilai di antara 80 hingga 90 juta. Produk sagu setiap tahun ke Jepun, Taiwan, Singapura dan Semenanjung Malaysia. Harga komoditi sagu ketika ini telah mencecah sehingga 2,000 RM setan, ekoran permintaan yang tinggi. Kini kawasan rumbia di Sarawak yang terbanyak bertumpu di kawasan Mukah, dan pada masa ini kini belum ada kawasan-kawasan yang jelas mengeluarkan hasil pada rumba ini secara komersial, yang kebanyakannya adalah melalui perkebun kecil. Pada masa ini, untuk industri sagu dan nipah, belum ada lagi satu badan khas yang berperanan untuk merancang, mengawas lia dan mengatur pembangunan nipah dan sagu secara berkesan, berbanding dengan padi, nanas, sawit dan koko. Pada masa ini, hanya Jabatan Pertanian Sarawak mempunyai program khusus untuk penanaman pokok sagu, sementara LCDA pula hanya terlibat mengurus estet pekebun kecil melalui program pembangunan ladang satelit petani sagu, melibatkan penyatuan tanah kira-kira 283 hektar milik 4,800 pekebun kecil. Sementara Crown Research and Abroad pula, sebuah syarikat berkaitan kerajaan yang ditubuhkan pada tahun 1994, telah terlibat di dalam aktiviti penyidikan industri sagu di Sarawak. Datuk Seri Speaker, seperti pokok sagu, pokok nipah perutikan ataupun pokok apung, juga dari jenis palma yang terdapat dalam hutan bakau di tebingan sungai di mana terdapat air payau. Dianggarkan kawasan nipah di Sarawak ialah di sekitar 100 hingga 150,000 hektar. Produk utama daripada nipah adalah gula apung, dan pengeluar utama gula apung Sarawak ialah kampung tambak di daerah pusat, di mana terdapat kira-kira 300 pengusaha aktif menghasilkan kira-kira 1,250 metrik tan bernilai 12.5 juta setahun. Kuching, Semerahan, Rajang dan Lembang walaupun mempunyai kawasan nipah yang luas tapi belum lagi diterokai. Aktiviti pengeluaran produk nipah seperti gula apung adalah masih menggunakan cara tradisional, tidak seperti komuniti dan tanaman lain. Tiada badan yang terlibat secara langsung di dalam membangunkan nipah dan pengeluaran produk gula apung. Nipah berpotensi menghasil pelbagai produk makanan dan industri bernilai tinggi seperti etanol, cuka, garam dan sebagainya. Keperbagaian penghasilan barangan daripada nipah ini memberi nilai tambah kepada potensi gula apung. Di Perak, Kedah dan Perlis, nipah telah ditanam secara tanaman ladang dan diusahakan untuk pengeluaran nira dan pengeluaran cuka. Kini sudah tiba masanya Kerajaan Sarawak berusaha untuk mewujudkan taman industri nipah dan pembuatan produk berasas gula apung secara komersial untuk keperluan domestik dan ekspor. Selain mempunyai kelebihan dan potensi yang tinggi, didakwa di mana gula apung juga boleh dijadikan produk asli keluaran tempatan serta produk berasaskan gula yang lain bagi memenuhi pengeluaran makanan di Sarawak. Kampung Tambak Pusat berpotensi dijadikan pusat pembangunan industri nipah dan gula apung yang mampu menampung keperluan negeri dan negara. Untuk membangunkan potensi ini, satu perancangan jangka panjang diperlukan supaya potensi ini dapat dimanfaatkan dan memberi keuntungan kepada masyarakat tempatan. Walaupun permintaan gula apung semakin tinggi, industri nipah Sarawak menghadapi persaingan penggunaan kawasan untuk pembangunan menyebabkan kawasan asli nipah semakin berkurangan. Kekurangan pelaburan kerajaan juga menyulitkan pembangunan industri nipah. Sehingga kini pengusaha gula apung Kampung Tambak terus aktif dan agresif menanam sendiri pokok nipah bagi meningkat pengeluaran dalam usaha menambah pendapatan. Datuk Seri Speaker, Pokok rumbia dan nipah tetap kekal penting sebagai pokok pelbagai guna, bukan sahaja untuk menghasilkan pelbagai produk makanan unik seperti linut, sagu, tabaloi, gula apung, cuka, kuih, aiskrim, sirap dan garam, tapi juga kegunaan industri termasuk plastik, gam, pelekat, kosmetik, pharmaceutical, kimia, tekstil dan etanol. Rumbia dan nipah adalah tanaman strategik dan dijangka terus menjadi produk penting pada masa depan dan potensi menambah pendapatan masyarakat luar bandar. Penubuhan lembaga sagu dan nipah ini khas untuk industri sagu dan industri nipah penting bagi memastikan industri ini terus berkembang dan memberikan pendapatan kepada ramai pengusaha. Cabaran industri sagu dan nipah ialah untuk meningkatkan hasil dan juga kualiti, termasuk meningkatkan pengeluaran melalui pengurangan tempoh gestasi sagu daripada 10 hingga 15 tahun kepada 5 tahun dan mengurangkan kos pengeluaran menggunakan inovasi berterusan dan teknologi pengekstratan terkini. Sesungguhnya kegemilangan industri rumbia perlu digelap semula. Potensi tanaman yang pernah dianggap sebagai tanaman emas abad ke-21 perlu diterokai semula secara agresif, terancang dan progresif. Makanan dari pokok rumbia dan nipah tergolong makanan eksotik, unik, organik, sehat, sedap dan disukai ramai seperti sagu, linut, tabaloi, gula apung dan sebagainya. Produk-produk ini berpotensi besar untuk diangkat sebagai produk signature dan ekspor Sarawak. Lebih penting, dengan kemajuan teknologi dan penyelidikan, pengeluaran produk sagu dan nipah boleh dikomersial bagi memberi pulangan pelaburan dan ekonomi, terutama bagi pengeluaran biofuel, etanol yang mesra alam dan merupakan bahan tenaga yang boleh diperbarui. Lembaga pembangunan sagu dan nipah yang dicadang ini bukan sahaja dapat memberi hala tuju masa depan industri sagu dan nipah, tetapi juga boleh membantu Sarawak kekal berdaya saing di pasaran global, bukan sahaja dalam aktiviti huluan tetapi hiliran, bagi memastikan Sarawak kekal sebagai pengeluar dan pengekspor sagu dan produk nipah terbesar di dunia. Lembaga pembangunan sagu dan nipah dijangka dapat memainkan peranan ini di samping dapat menjaga kebajikan pengurusan dan pembangunan untuk industri sagu dan nipah dan berupaya untuk membantu negeri menerokai potensi nipah di masa hadapan. Ia juga akan dapat meningkatkan pendapatan di kalangan pekebun-pekebun kecil dan pengusaha-pengusaha gula apung di kawasan luar bandar. Dengan ini saya menyokong penubuhan lembaga sagu dan nipah dan saya menyokong ordinan sagu dan nipah Development Bill 2022. Sekian, terima kasih.
Yang Berhormat Balingan.
Thank you, Dato' Sri Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Ibu Pertiwiku. I would like to thank Dato' Sri Speaker for giving me the floor to participate in the debate for sago and NIPA Development Board, Board Bill 2022. Firstly, I would like to thank YB Datuk Seri Dr. Stephen Rundi, Menteri Pemodenan Pertanian dan dan pembangunan wilayah dan dan ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N69 Kemenang. The tabling of this bill in this August House has been timely, considering the fact that Sarawak is moving toward diversifying its economic activities, particularly in achieving our noble vision to become a developed, high-income state by 2030. We have all the basic ingredients to make the vision achievable, with one most integral factor is a stable government, which we have enjoyed all these years and will continue to be enjoyed over the next 5 years. Following the landslide victory achieved by Gabungan Parti Sarawak, or GPS, in the 12th Sarawak state election. For this, I would like to congratulate the Premier of Sarawak Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Johari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg for steering GPS toward this enormous victory and helping all the incumbent ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri from GPS to secure this great feat. With this landslide victory come the high expectation of the rakyat for GPS government to deliver their aspiration as every one of us as true blue Sarawakian will be eager to change for betterment of our livelihood. No exception for our rakyat in N55 Balingian in sharing the aspiration as shown by the tremendous number of votes that they have given to GPS in the just concluded 12th Sarawak state election. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has helped in retaining the N58 Balingian seat, which I have held since 2016. Dato' Sri Speaker, I would like also to congratulate the Minister for Modernization of Agriculture and Regional Development, the Honourable Member of N69 Kemenang, once again for tabling this important bill. The Sego and Nipah industry has been in the radar of Sarawak government development plan for quite a long time, ever since the tenure of our fourth Chief Minister, who is now the Governor of Sarawak, Tuan Yang Terutama Tun Pihin Sri Haji Abdul Taib Mahmud. His Excellency Tun determination to transform the industry was reflected way back in 1993 when he announced about 20,000 hectares of land in Sarawak to start large-scale sago plantation. When announcing this mammoth plan, His Excellency Tun insisted that the plantation program then would emphasize on commercial approach to enable farmers involved in the endeavor to enjoy lucrative returns. Our President Yang Amat Berhormat Premier, Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Johari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg has continued with this noble effort, and he was actually the one who mooted the idea for the formation of a board to oversee the industry development. With the dedication shown by our leadership to see that our rakyat livelihood would be transformed through a more systematic approach, I believe this bill, upon it being passed by this August House, would pave the way to the formation of an official body which is empowered to regulate every aspect of this community development. Dato' Sri Speaker, I would like to touch on SEGO only because the Honorable YB Beting Baro has touched a lot on the NIPA. I would like to say in this August House that based on the latest statistic from Agriculture Department, there are about 32,000 smallholders involved in the SEGO industry in Sarawak, particularly in Pusa, Igan, Dalat, Muka, and Balingian. The Land Custody and Development Authority, LCDA, has also developed about 1,000 hectares of land, engaging over 5,000 smallholders in Sabakong and Dalat, while another 5,812 smallholders are involved in SEGO smallholders satellite estate development. SEGO is a lucrative industry where its world market price has been not less than 2,000 ringgit per ton for the last 5 years. And with its promising future, the move to table this bill will bring Sarawak to the right direction to develop this industry. With our leadership emphasis to explore new economy by encouraging development and application of new technology, it is my wish to see that the board will be able to serve as a platform to promote research and development on SEGO and NIPA, so that more product can be derived from this industry and eventually diversifying our economic activity. Lastly, I hope the board will optimize its position by appointing those who really knows well the industry and able to impart their ideas and translating them into realities that will benefit the industry as a whole. With that note, I hereby support this bill and extended my deepest appreciation, Dato' Sri Speaker, for the opportunity to take part in this debate. Thank you.
Before we take a short break, I would like to ask how many members would like to speak to debate on this bill, please. Very well. We'll take a short break and come back to the one by 11, please. May I call upon member from Tanjung Batu, please. Is he in the Dewan?
Okay, thank you, Dato Sri Speaker. It is an honor to be given a chance to speak this morning. This is my first chance to speak in this August House. First of all, I would like to congratulate our Premier of Sarawak, our YAB, who lead the GPS party to a big majority win in the PRN 12. And I also want to congratulate all the newly elected members in this August House. Dato Sri Speaker, I raised to participate in the SEGO and NIPA Development Board Bill 2022, tabled by Menteri Pertanian and Pembangunan Wilayah, which is also the Ali Yang Berhormat for N69 Kemenang. It is timely to introduce the same bill for the setting up of the SEGO and NIPA Development Board to promote the cultivation development, commercialization and marketing of SEGO and NIPA in Sarawak. The establishment of the board will enable the growth, cultivation, production and quality control of SEGO and NIPA, as well as the sustainable development. In recent years, Sarawak has become the leading producer of SEGO starch and one of the largest exporters of SEGO products in the world. Annually, Sarawak export of SEGO products are about 25,000 tons. This figure is expected to increase in coming years as there is an increasing demand of SEGO starch. This will result not only increase in production, but also increase the amount of waste generated. Some research has been conducted to produce methane gas from SEGO waste. Dato Sri Speaker, in fact, there are many other uses of SEGO. It is also a staple food. It is also used in biomedical applications and in the food industry. The board will also be entrusted with the functions to oversee the development of NIPA cultivation. NIPA plants have vast economic potentials. There are many uses. It can be used for roof touching, wall partitioning, making of hex and max, producing NIPA sugar, medical purpose, bioproduction, etc. The most common demand is the sugar-rich sap. Dato Sri Speaker, it can be observed that both SEGO and NIPA have shown to have big...
Yang Berhormat Tanjung Batu, I would like to point out that I'm not a Dato Sri. So, okay. As yet, hopefully, okay. Maybe in the future, I don't know. Okay. That okay. Is God's business, okay? But anyway, Honorable Member, if you can just call me Mr. Speaker, okay. That I would be grateful if you could do that, because that will be correct in the answer, okay? Okay. Right.
So, Tuan Speaker, it can be observed that both SEGO and NIPA have shown to have a big economic potential which contribute to the economic growth as well as generating more jobs and business opportunities. It is therefore imperative that our Sarawak government establish a proper body to facilitate and help the cultivation, development and sustained growth of the industry. It is noted under Part 4 of the bill, there is a special provision empowering the Board of Governing the Development Area Clause 12 of Part 4 thereof also has a specified provision on the declaration of NEPA area. Adequate provisions have been provided in the bill to cover the regularity, control and development of both SEGO and NEPA. Tuan Speaker, with the enactment of the SEGO and NEPA Development Bill, it is hoped that SEGO and NEPA will be developed at commercial scale and support and assistance can be given to those in the cultivation and development of SEGO and NEPA. The board should also carry out research and development of new products from SEGO and NEPA. It is fervently hoped that with proper research and development, Sarawak will be able to produce new products, including downstream activities, thus creating more jobs and business. I propose that the board should set up a SEGO and NEPA research center in Sarawak. The bill provides a comprehensive coverage of the board. The organization, functions, and power of the board are clearly defined under Part 2 and Part 4 of the bill, respectively. Fund and finance provisions and enforcements are also well spread out under Part 6 and Part 8 thereof in the bill. I hereby give my full support to the SEGO and NEPA Development Board Bill 2022. Thank you.
For Tanjung Datu, from Tanjung Batu to Tanjung Datu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for giving me the opportunity to debate on this bill, which is to establish the SEGO and NEPA Development Board. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Right Honourable Premier of Sarawak, Yang Amat Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Patinggi Tan Sri Abang Abdul Rahman Johari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg, member for N26 Gedong, for leading our party GPS to a resounding victory in our recent elections. I, for one, feel very grateful to be given a chance to represent my constituents' voice in this August House. This also shows the commitment given by Yang Amat Berhormat Premier towards having youth representatives in this Dewan. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to also thank Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Stephen Rundi Anak Utom, member for N69 Kemena, Minister for Modernization of Agriculture and Regional Development, who has tabled this bill to the Dewan today. I would like to focus my debate today on NEPA. Sarawak is located in the tropics, which has a diversity of mangrove forests. Various species of plants in mangrove forests can be potentially processed in many different ways to support the local livelihood, such as food, fuel, medicine, and construction materials. Considered as one of the oldest living palms, the Nipa palm, also scientifically known as Nipa fructitions, is the only species able to adapt in mangrove forests. Its trunkless palm dominates wetlands commonly flooded by brackish water. Its mangrove palm is harvested to produce various products depending on tradition and lifestyle, including sugar syrup from its floral and fruit stalk, thatching materials for roofing, also cigarette paper and construction material from its leaves, as well as food and dessert from its fruits. The sustainable utilization of Nipa palm can make environmental, social, and economical impacts. For example, the sap is used to produce many products for consumption, such as juice, syrup, molasses, and traditional vinegar, which can be sold to generate income to the community, resulting in very promising economic potential. In addition, many local communities inherit traditional techniques for generations to utilize the Nipa palm that remain as a part of the community's livelihood. It is high time that this Dewan introduces this bill to establish this board. By having this board to oversee this industry, only then we can really take proper steps towards making this commodity as a viable source of high income in the future. Apart from consumption benefits and conservation value, the Nipa palm provides crucial benefits and values in improving the quality of life of local communities through generating income for many households. I would like to take an example of a study done in Thailand. The Nipa palm farming is a supplemental occupation for some households all year round. Those households that cultivate Nipa palm, as well as those making various products from the crop, derive income directly from the venture. For instance, the Nipa molasses can be sold at a price of around ringgit Malaysia 116 ringgit to 206 ringgit per bucket of 25 kilograms, depending on the season, while granulated sugar at a price of ringgit Malaysia 155 ringgit or 180 to 180 ringgit per kilogram, and bottled syrup at a price of about 7 ringgit per bottle. However, the income generated from Nipa palm sugar is also dependent on the quality of produced sugar, influenced by factors such as water quality, rainfall, and weeds. Nipa palm forest is a source of food and raw materials for household instrument production and income generation for many local communities. Therefore, the oversight and support for the sustainable utilization from this proposed board should include the following management strategies. Number one, we should allow the community to participate in maintaining the Nipa palm forest through management, planning, and utilization. This is because many communities have inherited the maintenance and utilization methods for Nipa palm forest from generation to generation, as explained by the Honourable Member from Beting Maro. Therefore, they adapt the principles of sustainability management while benefiting from the resources provided by the forest. Number two, maintain the good price for production and distribution of Nipa palm products while supporting markets for the community to continually generate income. Number three, develop Nipa palm products to meet required standards with longer shelf life to increase product value. In my constituency of Antigua Tanjung Datuk, being a coastal area, has a vast natural Nipa plant forest, and it can be seen as a potential area to develop the industry. At the same time, it will be able to increase the income of my local constituents, provide job opportunities, and at the same time improve their livelihood. My aspiration for this board, when approved, is also to focus on a more systematic approach to develop the Nipa and sago industry right from upstream to downstream. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby support this bill to establish the Sago and Nipa Development Board Bill 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Shall I call upon Honourable Member from Talian, please?
Terima kasih, Datuk Speaker. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sarawakku sayang. Terima kasih Datuk Speaker kerana beri peluang kepada saya untuk turut sama membahaskan Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 yang telah dibentangkan oleh Menteri Perdagangan Pertanian dan Pembangunan Wilayah merangkap ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N69 Kemena. Saya akan menumbuhkan lebih kepada industri sago. Sago ialah sejenis kanji yang diekstrak daripada teras batang pokok rumbia. Kanji adalah karbohidrat kompleks yang terdiri daripada banyak molekul glukosa yang merupakan sejenis gula yang digunakan oleh badan kita sebagai sumber tenaga. So, ianya adalah penting untuk kita mempertabatkan industri ini. Di Sarawak, Mukah merupakan pengeluar utama sagu melalui hasil rumbia yang diusahakan oleh agensi-agensi kilang-kilang yang ada termasuk pekebun-pekebun kecil di sekitar kawasan Dalat, Telian, Balingian serta kawasan sekitar yang lain termasuk bahagian Betong dan Serike. Kalau kita lihat di luar negara, beberapa negara pengeluar yang menjadi pengeluar sagu adalah seperti Indonesia, Filipina dan Papua New Guinea. Sudah pasti kita sentiasa ingin menerujui industri sagu ini supaya secara langsungnya kita akan dapat menarik lebih banyak lagi pelaburan ke Sarawak. Pokok sagu tumbuh dengan cepat dan sesuai ditanam di tanah gambut dan lembap. Saya yakin pihak Crown Research sebagai agensi yang banyak menjalankan kajian dan pembangunan rumbia yang menghasilkan sagu ini mempunyai banyak data kajian untuk kita membangunkan industri sagu ini secara lebih efisien. Apatah lagi dengan kewujudan lembaga ini nanti pasti akan meletakkan industri sagu ini ke satu peringkat yang menyumbang kepada pendapatan utama Sarawak Rumbi terutamanya. Dengan model program yang lebih tersusun dan efisien, ia akan membantu pekebun kecil dan pengusaha rumbia dalam mengaplikasikan amalan pertanian yang menguntungkan dan selaras dengan penggunaan teknologi pada masa kini. Apabila industri sagu ini semakin berkembang dan terdapatnya keperluan sumber manusia dalam industri, lembaga juga akan memainkan peranan penting untuk merancang silibus dan mengadakan program teknikal kepada mereka ini dalam melahirkan pekerja mahir yang terlatih. Tambahan pula dengan kewujudan Sentex yang juga menawarkan program latihan berkaitan rumbia termasuk Crown Research yang memiliki banyak data hasil kajian-kajiannya, sudah pasti kerjasama di antara agensi-agensi ini nanti akan dapat memartabatkan lagi industri sagu ataupun rumbia di Sarawak amnya. Yang berhormat Datuk Speaker, parameter harga yang berbeza dalam pasaran yang mana pada masa sekarang adalah tidak selaras amatlah perlu dikaji semula. Memandangkan pada masa sekarang rata-rata harga jual beli rumbia ini ditentukan oleh pihak pengilang. Melalui lembaga pembangunan industri sagu dan nipah ini nanti kita akan dapat menentukan kaedah terbaik di dalam membuat ketetapan harga berdasarkan kewajaran faktor yang mempengaruhi supaya penyelarasan dapat dilakukan. Dan yang paling penting pada akhirnya ia memberikan situasi menang-menang kepada pekebun-pekebun kecil rumbia dan pihak pengilang. Lembaga ini juga dapat menyelaras serta menstabilkan harga demi kepentingan dan kelangsungan pekebun-pekebun kecil dalam industri ini. Harga bagi rumbia, kalau kita ikut sekarang ini, di kawasan-kawasan yang ada adalah berbeza-beza. Kawasan Balingian lebih kurang dalam RM7 sepotong, Mukah pula dalam 8 ke 10 ringgit dan manakala Dalat pula dalam lingkungan 12 sehingga 14 ringgit. Oleh sebab Dalat dia ada persatuan pekebun kecil rumbia yang memperjuangkan untuk menetapkan penyelarasan harga inilah. Itu salah satu sebabnya. Dengan perbezaan harga yang ditentukan oleh pengilang-pengilang terutamanya, namun perbezaan harga yang agak jauh ini tidak mustahil akan dimanipulasikan oleh segelintir pihak dalam mendapatkan margin keuntungan mereka. Di sinilah peranan lembaga akan memantau dan mencari kaedah yang terbaik agar kebun kecil ini tidak tertindas oleh sistem pasaran yang konvensional. Dalam masa yang sama juga diharap pekebun kecil rumbia, terutamanya di kawasan Telian, ingin menyeru agar mereka dapat mengambil peluang untuk menubuhkan juga dalam masa yang sama badan ataupun persatuan yang boleh bekerjasama dengan lembaga ini nanti bagi memacu industri rumbia di kawasan Telian terutamanya. Apabila industri sagu ini diusahakan secara sistematik, penghasilan produk berasaskan rumbia ini berpotensi untuk dipelbagaikan. Terdapat banyak produk-produk sedia ada yang dihasilkan berasaskan sagu seperti bahan-bahan kosmetik, makanan kering dan basah seperti kuih kering, biskut dan yang terbaru adalah mi kuning seperti sumber dan dalam masa sama sumber tenaga yang boleh diperbaharui. Yang berhormat Datuk Speaker, lembaga ini nanti sememangnya akan bertanggungjawab sebagai penyelaras dalam rangka polisi dan strategi bagi membangunkan industri rumbia dan nipah secara dasarnya supaya lebih berdaya saing di pasaran tempatan dan antarabangsa melalui penyediaan persekitaran yang kondusif dan memelihara kualiti rumbia pada masa yang sama. Kewujudan lembaga ini, satu badan atau organisasi yang akan fokus kepada pembangunan kedua-dua industri sagu dan nipah sebagaimana lembaga lain bagi komoditi lain seperti sawit, akan merumuskan objektif, polisi dan keutamaan untuk pembangunan industri ini. Kita mahu lembaga ini juga akan melaksanakan polisi dan program yang memastikan daya maju dan kelestarian industri sagu dan nipah, sekaligus memastikan kelancaran aspek perancangan koordinasi, pemantauan dan kajian, penanaman, penghasilan dan pemprosesan produk, perkilangan, penyimpanan, pengangkutan, penggunaan dan pemasaran produk sagu dan nipah. Datuk Speaker, sebagai kesimpulannya, betapa adanya keperluan yang konkret bagi penumbuhan lembaga pembangunan industri sagu dan nipah ini, hala tuju industri ini akan lebih jelas. Bukan sahaja kita antara ekspor utama sagu, malah kita akan mampu menjadi elemen penting dalam melonjakkan pendapatan pekebun kecil rumbia dan nipah dan sekaligus meningkatkan hasil dalam negeri kasar Sarawak secara amnya. Dengan itu, saya menyokong usul ini sepenuhnya. Terima kasih. Speaker.
Terima kasih. Now I call upon Yang Berhormat Darul, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sarawakku sayang. Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker kerana telah memberi peluang kepada saya untuk terlibat sama membahas rang undang-undang Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 pada hari ini, yang telah pun dibentangkan oleh Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Stephen Rundi Anak Utom, Menteri Permodanan Pertanian dan Pembangunan Wilayah, dan juga merangkap adun N69 Kemenang. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, mengenai pengubahan rang undang-undang Sego dan Nipah Development Bill 2022 merupakan suatu yang telah lama ditunggu-tunggu. Seperti yang kita semua tahu, Sego dan produk berasaskan nipah merupakan produk asli keluaran Sarawak. Contoh yang paling senang dan mudah dijumpai di zon tengah Sarawak, khususnya di Daro dan amnya di bahagian Mukah, ialah tepung lamatak. Antara makanan yang diperbuat dari tepung lemantak ini ialah sagu, tebaloi, linut ataupun ambuyat yang turut terkenal di Brunei, selatan Filipina dan di Kepulauan Papua di Indonesia. Di sini kita semua boleh bersetuju bahawa demand bagi produk ini memang ada dan kita patut usahakannya. Turut diakui produk nipah kebanggaan kita rakyat Sarawak yang sering kita dengar di antaranya adalah yang paling popular adalah gula apung, garam apung dan begitu juga dengan air sadapnya yang sedap. Jadi produk-produk ini merupakan produk yang berpotensi untuk didominasikan bukan saja untuk pasaran domestik malah juga untuk pasaran antarabangsa. However, despite having so many products available in the market, proper production and utilization of product are still not maximized. Jadi saya berpendapat bahawa penubuhan lembaga sagu dan nipah Sarawak merupakan langkah yang proaktif dan semestinya menunjukkan kerajaan GPS merupakan kerajaan yang berpandangan jauh dan inovatif. Ini kerana penubuhan lembaga sagu dan nipah sangat signifikan kerana produk-produk sagu dan juga produk yang berasaskan nipah merupakan produk yang berpotensi untuk menyumbang kepada pertumbuhan ekonomi Sarawak. Selain itu juga pengusaha produk-produk ini kebanyakannya diusahakan oleh penduduk-penduduk tempatan sendiri di kampung-kampung dan juga di rumah panjang secara turun-temurun. Oleh itu, Datuk Speaker, saya ingin mencadangkan supaya pokok-pokok nipah yang tumbuh di sepanjang kawasan pesisir hendaklah diwartakan supaya ianya tidak dimusnahkan untuk pembangunan yang lain serta perlu dikekalkan sebagai NCR land untuk komuniti di kawasan pesisir. Datuk Speaker, coming up with an idea to implement board specifically for the improvements and development of these potential products is definitely worth the shot. However, I strongly believe that implementing this board requires expertise and officials that have vast experience and knowledge regarding plantation of nipah and also sago production to ensure that it leads to the right path and also benefit Sarawak economically. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, apart from what I have been stated before, I also believe that would suggest that sago and nipah board should be responsible in introduction modern approaches and involvements in technology to make sure that this product will be sustainable and ready to meet domestic and potential international demands. Another important factor that should be considered by the board would be providing proper training and skill development programs to whoever that are interested in venturing into the industry. It is undeniable that sago and nipah products are very common statewide, but however, it would be better if we can expand the market nationwide, which covers everywhere in the Peninsular Malaysia. Hence, establishments of the Sarawak Sago and Nipah Board will definitely bring the industries to a greater height. Datuk Speaker, sir, with all stated reasons, I beg to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I call upon Yang Berhormat Serembu, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate the Sago and Nipah Development Bill 2022 that been tabled by the Honourable Minister for the Ministry of Modernisation of Agriculture and Regional Development Sarawak and a member for N69 Kemenang. Firstly, allow me to congratulate our Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Minister, the GPS leaders and all the honourable members from the GPS camp for the landslide victory on the last state elections. The election result manifested the well-warming response from the people of Sarawak towards GPS government. Honourable Speaker, both sago and nipah industry considered as a traditional industry for the people of Sarawak, especially to those who reside at the coastal area. Both industry had played an important economic generator for the locals since years. Sago has been treated as a staple food for some of our communities, and if we recall the hardship of life during the Japanese occupations in World War II, our late grandparents always talk about how they depend on sago to survive from starving when rice was not available during that time. These stories show that the paramount importance of sago, either the starch, the leaf to make atap, and the trunk itself to produce sago warm and authentic delicacy enjoyed by everyone. History has recorded that the sago has been known in trade in Southeast Asia for at least 700 years. Sarawak has been recognized as the principal exporter for sago starch for years. For example, records show that in 2017, the export value for sago starch are at RM89 million, and this amount makes sago as the fourth higher revenue earner for the state after oil palm, pepper, and rubber. And all those three commodities already had their own board. They're looking after them. The nipah industry is an ever-growing industry, mainly in the coastal area of Sarawak, since years ago. The nipa trees are valuable and beneficial for the local community's economy, as well as natural conservations in terms of sustainability as to prevent erosions of coastal line and river banks and to protect certain species of fauna found in the nipa forest. Nipa trees are also sources for the productions of food, such as molasses, granulated sugar, syrups, vinegar, and various other products from the sap produce. These are the main products that generate economy and if well managed, can be expanded for bigger industry and export value. Honorable Speaker, the formation of the Segu and Nipa board is timely appropriate to bring this both industry to another level that will benefit the industry players, the stakeholders, and the community as a whole. The functions of the board as stated in the Part 3, Clause 8 and 9 of the proposed bill clearly indicates in detail the functions and powers of the board and the duties that should be carried to ensure the success of the industries. With the formations of the board, we hope that this board industry will be taken care of and we create the path for a bigger and be part of the revenue earner for our agriculture produce and sit in par with palm oil, rubber, and paper industries. Both the upstream and downstream industries that arise from the Segu and Nipa must be the prime aim by the board. We do believe that a lot of either land, especially the vast area of peatland in coastal area, can be developed for these both industries. With the guidance and financial capability of the board, we hope to see many more farmers, either in small or big scale, will start to involve in these two industries. I refer to Sarawak Government News portal that wrote the potential of Sarawak to become the hub for Nipa industry, which the involvement of private sector, Sals Aryahya Corporation Sdn Bhd, that investing between 3 to 5 billion within 5 years, starting next year, to develop a large scale of Nipa plantations and Nipa sap processing industry complex in Belawai, Tanjung Manis. This shows that the industry was well planned with both of its upstream and downstream activities. And we hope the move by the corporate players is most welcome to drive this industry and community players to involve well in Nipa plantations and processing. Being the only region in this country that form a such board to look into both industries, I think we should give full support for the bill. The formations of the board is another milestone for the industry to compete well with other commodities and be part of Sarawak revenue income. For that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Yang Berhormat Lingga.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sarawakku sayang. Terima kasih Tuan Speaker kerana telah memberi peluang kepada saya untuk terlibat sama membahaskan rang undang-undang Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 in this August House. Pertamanya, saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada YB Datuk Seri Dr. Steven Rundi, anak Utom, merangkap Menteri Permodenan Pertanian dan Pembangunan Wilayah dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N69 kerana telah table up Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 in this August House for the better future of Sarawak food industries to be known across the countries, and this also will be a platform for the rural people to gain opportunities in developing their livelihood and income sejajar dengan manifesto Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak untuk menjadikan Sarawak maju dan berpendapatan tinggi menjelang 2030. Seperti yang dibahas oleh YB Betingmaro, YB Belingan dan YB Telian, produktiviti nipah dan sago telah mendapat permintaan yang sangat luar biasa di semenanjung Malaysia, Taiwan dan Jepun, and hopefully there will be other potential markets can be explored in order to sustain and enhance the value market for sago and nipah. Dalam pada masa yang sama, this body can create a good platform kepada ahli-ahli pakar untuk bergiat membuat research and development bagi memperkenalkan kaedah penanaman rumbia baka cepat membesar dan matang sekurang-kurangnya dalam tempoh 3 tahun. Pada tahun 2021, Crown Research Sdn Bhd iaitu sebuah syarikat berkaitan kerajaan yang berjaya menjalankan aktiviti penyelidikan industri sagu Sarawak di Bilik Mesyuarat Kementerian di Bangunan Baitul Makmur. Industri sagu amat sinonim dengan rakyat Sarawak, terutamanya masyarakat Mukah yang merupakan antara penyumbang terbesar dalam industri berkenaan. Bahkan industri rumbia atau sagu umpama bank atau pohon emas kepada pekebun-pekebun kecil, kerana di situlah mereka memperoleh pendapatan untuk keperluan hidup mereka. Selain itu, research and development juga dapat diperluaskan untuk meneroka kawasan tanaman pokok nipah di seluruh Sarawak serta usaha untuk memelihara tanaman pokok nipah seperti yang telah dirancangkan oleh YB Bertimaro di Tambak Pusat sejak tahun 2019 hingga kini, di mana beliau telah mewujudkan Taman Industri Nipah dan Gula Apung sebagai agenda meningkatkan kualiti produk nipah dan pendapatan penduduk di sekitar kawasan sungai pesisir Sarawak. Dengan itu, dengan adanya satu lembaga dijangka ia dapat menjaga kebajikan, pengurusan dan pembangunan industri sagu dan nipah di negeri ini dengan sejajar manifesto Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak untuk menyediakan lebih banyak peluang perniagaan dan memperkasakan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana PKS. So with these above observations, I would like to give my full support to the bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Yang berhormat Jepang.
Terima kasih Tuan Speaker. Sagu atau mulung atau rumbia dan nipah atau apung adalah pokok bertuah yang asli di bumi Kenyalang. Both sago and nipah are indigenous plants of Sarawak and hence part of biodiversity, valuable natural resources to the state. But I like to say here, I observe their value and significance are not fully realized or tapped. It is hoped that this bill, through the establishment of the board, will achieve the following objectives. 1. Increase research and planting, production of sago and downstream products. 2. Protect the nipah plants as part of our environment and food industry, which is not fully utilized yet. 3. Contribute to the food security. Of course, none of us in this room, on this August House, realized this. But talking to our elders, during the food scarce Japanese occupation, sago and tapioca helped to feed the population. That is one way to illustrate why sago is part of the food security. Tuan Yang Dipertua, sago atau mulung Orumbia grows naturally. At the moment, they grow without fertilizer or pesticide, the natural. Anyone who knows about sago would realize this food-producing plant grows in swampy area, mostly in Anderson one, with alluvial soil, and it does not compete with other food crops. It doesn't compete with paddy, it doesn't compete with tapioca. It doesn't need much effort. It has many uses, from its pith that stores the starch, husk, bark, frond, and leaves. Ahli yang berhormat dari Beting Maru talk authoritatively about the historical significance of sago and the situation of industry at the moment. Other yang berhormat also have touched on various aspects of industry, so I skipped that in my speech. But let me go direct to the uses of sago, or rather sago starch. Traditionally, sago is used for glue. That's how we used to make kites in the kampung before glue was available. It's very strong. It is natural, it is strong, it's non-toxic. Natural glue today is in demand, especially in food packaging. So the market is there. There are other high-end products of sago, maltodextrin, monosodium glutamate, sweetener, just to mention a few. I've been to visit MSG plant and sweetener plant in Petaring Jaya and caramel factories. I learned one thing from the visit to these factories. They do not have enough supply of sago starch. These are high value added products in the food industry. They demand more sago, so we are doing the right thing if we can increase sago production. One thing, Mr. Speaker, we are all familiar with sago pearl. We like it, I'm sure. Let me relate a visit during one industrial investment mission to a few countries in Europe, led by then Minister of Industrial Development, now Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri. We were taken to a factory in Denmark producing sago pearl. They use potato starch to produce sago pearl. I repeat, they use potato starch to produce sago pearl. It sounds a bit funny, but the Europeans like sago pearl. They don't know it's made of potato starch because they don't have enough sago. Now, sago is again, or sago flour is again in short supply. I understand in Thailand or even Indonesia, tapioca starch is used for sago pearl, the popular sago pearl. Virtually all sago pearl we consume today is either made of potato or tapioca starch because there's not enough sago starch. Based on various studies conducted in the past or conference, many deem sago as golden plant or pokok bertuah. So, there are a few suggestions I would like to make. One, we revive the declining sago industry. Two, consider some form of subsidy to encourage landowners to plant sago palm in their swampy land where nothing else grows anyhow. Review the large-scale sago planting programs in the past we have done. Find out the strengths and weaknesses. I believe we can conduct another round of symposium on sago industry to collectively map the future of the industry. With respect to NIPA, there is more to be done. First, protect and sustain the NIPA vegetation. Often, sir, we observe when there is development on riverbanks with NIPA, these environmentally valuable plants are cleared wholesale. This should stop. This shouldn't happen. They're not waste product. Incorporate NIPA as the landscape. Why not? Why clear? The question, why clear the NIPA? Because NIPA is easy to clear, but it's variable. So may I suggest there must be a law to stop wholesale clearing of NIPA. So we should do more research, more work to protect and sustain our valuable NIPA. Tuan Speaker, sir, I support this, the Sago and NIPA Development Board Bill 2020, and thank you to the Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Mohamad. Next, I would like to call Yang Mohamad Kota Sentosa. The new Kota Sentosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak this morning. I fully support this particular bill for reasons already given by the other members of this House on the importance of the sago and the NIPA industry for the state of Sarawak. I have perused the bill, and my concerns are on sections 34, which talks about the borrowing costs. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, if we peruse this particular clause, borrowing powers, it says there, the board may from time to time, for the purposes of this ordinance, raise loans from the government or with consent of the Majlis MESYUARAT Kerajaan Negeri from any other sources. Okay? Now, if we were to read Section 18, cross-reference it to Section 18, it gives the members personal immunity. And if I may read from this particular section, no member, officer, or employee of the board, or any person acting under or carrying out the direction or executing or implementing the decision of the board shall be personally liable for any act and or default of the board done in good faith and without negligence in the ordinary course of the performance of their functions, duties, or in the exercise of any powers conferred by this ordinance. Now, the second part sounds okay. But then if you look at Section 22, it says there, obligation of secrecy, except as provided in this ordinance or for the purpose of any civil or criminal proceedings under any written law, no member, officer, or employee of the board, whether during his tenure of office or during his employment or thereafter, and no other person who has by any means access to any confidential information or document whatsoever relating to the affairs of the board shall give, divulge, reveal, or otherwise disclose such information or document to any person. And then if you look at section 19, it says all members, officers, and employees of the board, or any committee, or any officer, servant, or agent of the board, I'm reading from section 19, while performing their functions or discharging their duties under this ordinance shall be deemed to be public servants within the meaning of the Penal Code. And then, the last one I want to highlight is section 21. I'm going around it because after that I have a question for the Minister. The Public Authorities, section 21, the Public Authorities Protection Act shall apply to any action, suit, prosecution, or proceedings against the board or any other member, officer, employee, or agent of the board in respect of any act, neglect, or default done or committed by him in such capacity. Now my question to the Minister is, it appears that this particular board that is going to be set out for the purposes of development of the sago and nipa industry, the provisions under Section 8 and the function is fantastic, and I fully support it. In fact, I fully support this bill. My only question is, where is the oversight? I mean, assuming this particular board were to be set up, then who will actually ensure that the functions of the board, I mean, you must have an audit. Who will be the auditor of this particular board to make sure that the money that is put in, the borrowings that they make, all these things, right? You must have somebody to actually overlook it. So I fully support the bill, but I just want the Minister and the Cabinet to actually consider how we are actually going to make sure that the money that this government is going to spend, the borrowing and the guarantees that are going to be given by this government will be properly provided for. Okay, there must be a scrutiny over this particular sago and nipa development board. That is my only concern, that is my observation by looking through these provisions within this particular act. Mr. Speaker, I support this particular bill, but I hope that the Cabinet, the Majlis Kerajaan Negeri, will actually look into this to make sure that the functions of the board and the novel aims and objectives of this particular board will be achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yang Berhormat Smop.
Datuk Speaker, saya bukan
are you going to
speak? No, saya bukan untuk berdebat, Datuk Speaker. Cuba ingin menyambung apa yang telah dibangkitkan oleh yang berhormat apa tadi? Ya, wabi baru tadi. So dia membangkitkan suatu perkara. He raised the questions of who is going to monitor this board. If I'm not mistaken, so I think it's very much provided under Section 2 or Part 1 of the bill, which it says that this ordinance may be cited as a blah 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 blah, and then that as the minister may, and then Section 2 it says the minister may appoint. So we can assume from these two provisions that the board will be very much administered and monitored by the minister. So
you are just raising this for clarification, for point of clarification. So.
I'm not replying on his behalf. I'm giving clarification also lah. It's a statement, and probably the minister will verify my statement soon. Terima kasih, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So, may I ask, is there any other member who would like to speak? Is there any other member who would like to speak? Okay, Baklalan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate pertaining to the proposed SEGO and NIPAH Development Board Bill 2022.
I think you may be the last one to speak. Or you'll speak also. Oh, three of you. Right. I'll take note of that. Carry on, Yang Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill generally is commendable, Mr. Speaker, because it would help to establish a proper board for the first time responsible for the development and future direction of the SEGO and NIPAH industry in Sarawak, which is a niche product associated with Sarawak. However, Mr. Speaker, my reservation and objection arise from Section 13 under the heading Compulsory Acquisition. This section provides for the compulsory acquisition of land for development by the board if the landowners refuse to give their consent in writing. From reading the bill, this applies to NCR landowners as well. Mr. Speaker, upon compulsory acquisition of the land by the board, the native custom rights of the owners are extinguished in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Code, and the purpose of the acquisition is deemed to be a public purpose. It has been found in many cases where Section 5, Clause 3 and Clause 4 are being used to extinguish NCR over NCR land for public purposes. The NCL owners are not consulted and given opportunity to aid their response to such acquisition. In most cases, the NCL owners only found out long after the process of the acquisition is gazetted, most of the time only when project commences on the ground. Mr. Speaker, but in this case, the bill caters for the scenario where there has been some contact and meeting with landowners, and the landowners refused to give their lands. And I quote Section 13, Clause 1 of the bill, which says, and I quote, "Where it is not possible to develop any land by arrangement or agreement with the owner, the board may, with the approval of the minister, acquire such land by compulsory acquisition for the purpose of carrying out any of its functions under this ordinance," and unquote. Therefore, in spite of objection from the landowners, the minister can bulldoze his way through and acquire the said land compulsorily under Section 5 of the Sarawak Land Code. In such a scenario, the landowner loses his or her NCR land forever and is only entitled to compensation as provided for under Section 5 of the Sarawak Land Code. Mr. Speaker, to the Sarawakian natives, land is life. This is a huge loss not only to the present generation but to the future generations, because the generation to come have rights over such native customary land as well. The rights to these NCR lands were acquired by the forefathers, whether through inheritance, clearance, occupation, and utilization. The rights of these lands are interconnected with their adat and culture, and to deprive them of their lands is going to erode their adat and culture slowly but surely. Mr. Speaker, by including such heavy-handed provision to acquire NCR lands and extinguish rights to those lands, the government is opening up more avenues for exploitation of the natives, the majority of whom are unaware of their rights and unable to fight for themselves. Mr. Speaker, do not forget the words of the second Raja of Sarawak, Charles Brooke, in 1915 in his farewell address, primarily for the natives of Sarawak relating to their NCR land, which I recall I quoted once in this August House. Today is another appropriate moment for me to recall the Raja's words of caution and wisdom. His Excellency said, and I quote, "Has it ever occurred to you that after my time out here, others may appear with soft and smiling countenance to deprive you of what is solemnly yours, your right, and that is the very land on which you lived. This land is your inheritance, pusaka, on which your flesh and blood daging darah, exists, the source of your income, the food even of your mouth. If this is once lost to you, no amount of money could recover it. That is why the cultivation of your own land by yourself or by those that live in the country is important to you now. Cultivation by strangers, by those who might carry the value of their products out of the country to enrich their shareholders. Such products should be realized by your own industries and for your own benefits. Unless you follow this advice, you will lose your birthright, which will be taken from you by strangers and speculators who will in their turn become masters and owners, while you yourself, you people of the soil, will be thrown aside and become nothing but coolies and outcasts of the island, unquote. Mr. Speaker, in the context of Section 13, the lands of the natives are not taken by strangers and speculators, quote, to borrow the words of the Raja, but by the government of the day that is supposed to be the guardian of the people and who is supposed to protect and defend their rights. Mr. Speaker, Malaysia is a signatory to the United Nations Declaration of Rights of the Indigenous People, or called UNDRIPS, which requires states to consult and cooperate in good faith with indigenous people through their own representative institution in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent, or EPIC, before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. They are to have the right to determine their own priorities as to development, health, and other economic and social programs. Mr. Speaker, I note the provision of Section 11, Clause 2 of the bill, and which states, and I quote, where an area has been declared a development area pursuant to subsection 1, the board shall, amongst other things, under Clause B, seek the consent in writing of the owners of land within a development area to have their lands developed in accordance with the said scheme or plan, unquote. Now this, Mr. Speaker, is clearly in line with the spirit of UNDRIP, in which I applaud. But when it comes to the crux of the matter, i.e., the compulsory acquisition of the people's land, consent is not necessary. How paradoxical it can be. That's the unjust aspect of this bill that I cannot agree with. If this section is removed from the bill, I have no problem in supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Yang Muhammad Baklalan. Next, I would like to give the opportunity to Yang Berhormat, the new Padungan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this the debate of SEGO and NIPA Development Board Bill 2022. And I would like to focus my debate on the SEGO industry. Mr. Speaker, Malaysia is the third largest producer of SEGO and in the world, and that the main bulk of the export of the SEGO comes from Sarawak. And I'm of the opinion that the setting up of this board is timely, and that given that Sarawak is the main producer of SEGO in Malaysia, and that we are number 3 in the world in terms of the export of SEGO products. But having said that, as what was mentioned by the Honourable Minister when tabling this bill, our annual production is 40,000 tonnes. As compared to the largest producer, which is Indonesia, and the second largest producer, which is Papua New Guinea, Indonesia is producing an annual SEGO starch export of 585,000 tonnes, almost 600,000 tonnes a year. And we are very far behind Indonesia. And that comes with the background of the fact that sago is not a young industry in Sarawak. In fact, the development of sago industry was undertaken by LCDA before this board was set up. And that back in 1980s, LCDA has embarked on this plantation farming, switching from subsistence farming in sago to estate plantation, i.e. large-scale farming. All right, that was done back in 1980s. And up to now, I think even though Indonesia is the largest sago producer in the world, but the main bulk of the sago was from the subsistence farming, i.e. smallholder farming. Now, this begs a question. We always believe that large-scale farming, estate farming, plantation farming will produce more product and will give higher efficiency in the production of the fruits of the plant that we plant. However, given that we have embarked on this estate farming back in 1980s, until now is almost 40 years, and yet why are we still lagging behind Indonesia by such a huge difference, despite the fact that Indonesia, the main bulk of the farmers from Indonesia are still smallholders? That is one of the questions that I would like to pose to the minister. And not only that, annually through our budget, I think, if I remember correctly, our state government has allocated millions and millions for LCDA to spearhead or to develop this sago industry. So may I also know the ROI, the return on investment of our on our allocation that has been pumped into LCDA for the purpose of sago industries, the development of sago industries. Now, having said that, now that with the setting up of this board, I believe it is the intention of the government that the board will take over the responsibility of the development of sago industry from LCDA. Right. If that was so, there are a few issues that I would like to highlight. My observation that on the challenges that will be faced by this industry and by the board that is going to be set up. And there are, in fact, 4 issues that I would like to highlight in this house, i.e. number 1, youth participation in sago planting industry. Number 2, the long gestation period of sago from the date of planting and up to the date of harvesting. And number 3, the environmental issue. And number 4, landowner issue, which has been highlighted by my learned friend, Yang Berhormat from Bekelalang. On the first issue, youth participation, Mr. Speaker, it has been recently published in January this year, January 2021, I'm sorry. Let me see. Yeah, just to confirm. January 2021, by the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, UNIMAS, in a paper which was published in the International Journal of Academic Research in Business and Social Science. The title of this article is Constraints Affecting the Increase of Sago Production, a case of Melanau rural youth participation in sago industry in Sarawak, Malaysia. Here, I'll just extract and quote one of the challenges. It reads, constraints factors can be viewed from external or an internal perspective. On the one hand, the external constraint factors refer to the stigmatization of agriculture sector and working condition, as the sector is included in the 4Ds, quote unquote, employment category. The 4Ds refer to dirty, dangerous, difficult, and demeaning employment where youth avoid these jobs. Furthermore, rural youth have more job options in the service and manufacturing sectors as a result of urbanization. Moreover, education attainment has allowed them to obtain technical and professional jobs. On the other hand, the internal constraint factors refers to the challenges that exist within the specific agriculture. All right, go down further on this youth participation. Yeah, not only that, this job is classified as, the planting of sago is classified as 4Ds, which are many youth are reluctant to undertake the planting of sago. But it also faces the competition from other crops. I.e., that will lead me to the second point on the on the long gestation period of the crop. The competition that posed to the industry of sago is comes from oil palm. When oil palm plantation, the gestation period is about 4 years, but this for sago is roughly 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years, and that is why, I mean, from the perspective of the landowner or the farmer, I think it is quite impractical to expect them to plant some crop and expecting the return about 10 years' time. Right? So therefore, there is a more incentive for the farmers or the landowners to go to this, go into oil palm plantation rather than going into sago plantation. Now, coming to that, on that note, in fact, the Crops Research and Application Unit, the CRAUN, which was established in 1993, has been tasked to look into the research to shorten the time of gestation period for sago plants. May I know what was the outcome or the product of the research? Because that establishment was established back in 1993, and now we are in 2022, which is about 30 years' time. Surely there must be some product of research which would serve the purpose for which the unit was created, i.e. to shorten the gestation period for sago plant. But according to the research that I've done, the gestation period has not been substantially shortened, and this long gestation period is still a challenge for sago industry. So what has this CRAUN been doing? All right. Then on the third issue of environmental issue, yes, I know that this sago plant, they are environmentally friendly. They absorb the carbon contained in the air. But when we embark on large-scale foundation, and coupled with the fact that fertilizer will be used, and this will definitely disturb the existing ecosystem of the environment. Because when humans try to tamper with what God has created naturally, definitely there will be some impact on the environment. This can be seen as in the industry of oil palm. When oil palm stand alone, grown wildly or naturally, it helps to absorb carbon dioxide from the air. It is a tree, it's a plant, and it helps to reduce the carbon dioxide in the air. Therefore, it is environmentally friendly. But when embarked on a large-scale plantation, then the effect on environment is devastating. And one of the economic impact of this disturbance to the environment is that our oil palm industry now faces a lot of challenges or even criticism from the European market. And there were challenges to bar the sale of oil palm products into the European market and US market. For whatever reason, it may be political, it may be environmental, but environmental issue and reason was used to boycott and to impose certain sanctions on the oil palm products from Malaysia. So when the board is set up and when we want to embark on a large-scale plantation in terms of sago, and sago will be grown on peatland, swampland. And that may, at the end of the day, it may follow the footstep, or if the same issue on environmental disturbance on environment may arise. And I hope that before we reach that stage, the board should look into this matter and avoid repeating what our oil palm industry has done. Right? And lastly, on the landowners' rights, it has been elaborated by my colleague from Bacalalan. There is always this conflict between individual landowners' rights and the intention or the desire to consolidate the land and give it to plantation companies to develop the land in the name of efficiency, more efficient use of the land. And we have seen that conflict of interest, conflicting interests taking place in our oil palm industry. I think when the government intends to embark on a large-scale plantation in any crops, I think the problems that is faced by oil palm industry should be used as a reflection and a point of guidance to a certain extent. Right? There are so many NCR landowner claim on the fact that their land has been acquired, compulsorily acquired, and that the land were alienated or provisional lease were given to the companies, plantation companies, and therefore the landowner were left with the only option to challenge the acquisition in court. So we do not wish to see the same thing being repeated in the sago industry. So before so I hope that when the board is formed, these 4 issues can be addressed, and especially the environmental issue and the landowner rights. We do not want to see what happened or experience what happened in our oil palm industry repeated and surfaced in the sago industry as well. And on the I believe, for LCDA, up to today, the production level is still not very encouraging. I think there must be something amiss in the whole manner or the policy undertaken by LCDA in the industry, in the development of the sago industry, and I hope there can be a total review on the existing policy, and that I wish the new board every success in the endeavor to develop our sago industry. And with that few observations and that 4 points, that 4 issues that I hope I've raised just now, I will support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Mohamad Padungan. I believe there's already a mouthful of reply to be made by the minister. So I give the last chance to Yang Mohamad Bawang Asan for this time, before the minister be called upon to make his winding up. Yang Mohamad Bawang Asan.
Thank you, Datuk Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on being appointed Deputy Speaker. I think yours is a most deserving case. Datuk Speaker, Sarawak...
Thank you. Anyway, thank you.
Sarawak exported, according to my research, something like 42,000 tons of dry sago starch with value of more than Rn 89 million. This made sago rank as the 4th largest agricultural revenue earner for the state after oil palm, pepper and rubber. And Muka division, as the hub of the commercial sago production in Sarawak, accounted for something like 85% of the 40,641 hectares of the total sago acreage. Ideally, consolidating 2 of the Sarawak agricultural commodities under one single entity, namely the Sago and Nipa Industry Board, will provide impetus and definitely will give pace to the growth of sago production and Nipa palm cultivation throughout the region. I think all of us will have no qualms if the sago and Nipa smallholders of Sarawak, especially from the Dalak and from the Muka divisions, benefit from this and lead to an actual upliftment of the lives and livelihood and further increase the productivity and revenue for Sarawak as a whole. More so post-COVID-19, with lives and livelihood greatly affected by this pandemic. Datuk Speaker, it goes without saying that we envision more involvement of youths in agricultural sectors, an issue which was just highlighted by my colleague, Alian Bohomat for Padungan. The data in 2018 show that out of 171,192 farmers registered with Sarawak Area Farmers Association, PPK, youth comprises 20,543, or a total of 12% only. Overall, the total number, of course, is increasing if compared with the figure in 2017, where the total farmers were 168,000 only. However, youth has shown interest to involve in the more appealing agricultural sectors, as has been mentioned by my colleague Alian Broma for Pedungan. And these more appealing agricultural sectors include pepper, oil palm, and honey, of course, kalulu processing, and they sideline or neglect sago and nipa as the cash crop, and this is not on their top list. The lack of participation among the youth, particularly the rural youth, in the sago industry, I think needs an in-depth study, as it affects the future of sago and nipa industry. The current aging of many local smallholders and workers in the sago-related cottage industry suggested that the rural youth need to take over the job of their parents in the upstream and downstream sectors of the sago industry. As you know, sago industry is community-based. Normally, is the industry by the older folks of the community. Furthermore, rural youths have more job options in the service and manufacturing sectors as a result of urbanization. Moreover, as the studies has indicated, education attainment has allowed the youth to obtain technical and professional jobs. On the other hand, there are these internal constraints factor refer to the challenges that exist within the specific agriculture sector. Madam Speaker, as we all know, the common constraints faced by the smallholders are lack of infrastructure, credit facility or credit accessibility, and land ownership. Moreover, innovation in farming method and mechanization in performing daily tasks as a result of technology advancement in agriculture may slowly change the stigma and ease the working condition, make the working conditions easier. Sago cultivation has covered something like 46,768 hectares of smallholders' land, and a small number of mini estates of 4,750 hectares, with a total of 51,518 hectares in 2017. These figures did not achieve the targeted plan that had been set up in 2006. According to Muka Division Strategic Development Plan 2006 to 2010, it supposedly had 53,538 hectares of sago area targeted by the end of the 9th Malaysia Plan in 2010. Furthermore, the estate plantation scheme established in 1987 that targeted 250,000 hectares of sago plantation by the end of 2020 was also far from the target. It had fallen far short from the target, as has been emphasized by my colleague from Bendungan. Dr. Speaker, these bets, some of the questions, in other words, the following questions require in-depth study. 1. Has a proper study been done to justify the costs and resources, both financial and human, towards the endeavor behind or outlined in the proposed SEGO and NIPA Development Board Bill? Question 2, will the setting up of the board filled with political appointees and bureaucrats add value to an industry traditionally run on community basis? This is a very important question to look at. Number 3, how feasible is it to deploy and employ mechanization and technology-enhanced methods in the production, processing, and manufacturing of SEGO and NIPA to achieve the deserved economies of scale? However, as past experiences have shown, good ideals did not necessarily translate into actual benefits and results on the ground. Dr. Speaker, it would be counterproductive to the SEGO, Nipapan rubber industry if the practice of delay and overpriced projects rear their ugly head in this industry too. Going big doesn't always translate into success, especially for agriculture specialties like SEGO and NIPA, notwithstanding the noble intentions. We need not always do big things, but we can always do small things with good intentions. The most notable example in mind is that of Tarat IQC, this individual quick freeze facility that has become a white elephant and has never been used for its intended purpose since its construction, since it was constructed more than 20 years ago. This is just about 50 kilometers from here, and this so-called setup was abandoned no sooner it was built due to the high costs in managing the obsolete French technology. For the record, IQC was built by the State Farmers Organization and funded by the state government. To quote the then Director of Agriculture, IQC Tarat is a misadventure. It failed because the setup was suitable only for small grain food such as peas and corns, but not for bigger fruits. And moreover, it was very expensive to operate, where just switching on the system already costs about 3,000 ringgit per day. Let this be a lesson to be learned. Let this be a lesson to be learned. Such costly mistakes should not be allowed to be repeated. That said, it may be more pragmatic to encourage industry self-regulation rather than too much government regulation or government interference. After all, the industry players, let it be known that industry players, SEGO or NIPA, industry players know themselves better and have greater experience and efficiency rather than just bureaucrats who might not have hands-on experience and are more procedure-driven. That said, incentives can be given for compliance to leverage on the collective experience rather than the duplication at agency level. Moreover, self-regulation is more flexible and less costly. All said, Dr. Speaker, it is timely, or it is of paramount importance, that we should conduct in-depth assessment on the actual strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats related to SEGO, environmental issue included. All these actual strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats related to SEGO, NIPA, and rubber industries, if it had not been already been done. In conclusion, may these findings, Dr. Speaker, and recommendation, if there are any, be all incorporated into this bill, this ordinance, for a better and more effective regulation of the related industries without compromising on ethics and good governance. With the above observation, Dr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Muhammad. Now, it's time to call the Honourable Minister of Modernization of Agriculture and Regional Development to make his winding up.
Terima kasih, Datuk Speaker. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih di atas pandangan sokongan ahli-ahli yang berhormat terhadap rang Undang-Undang SEGO and NEPA Development Board Bill 2022, terutamanya kepada ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang telah pun mengambil bahagian, ahli yang berhormat bagi Beting Maru, dari Balengian, Tanjung Batu, Tanjung Datu, Telian, Daro, Serembu, Lingga, Jepak, Kota Sentosa, Bak Kelalan, Padungan, dan akhir sekali daripada member from Bawang Asan. Saya juga amat menghargai segala cadangan dan idea-idea yang bernas daripada ahli yang berhormat yang telah pun dikemukakan semasa perbahasan yang sudah tentunya akan dapat membantu kerajaan dalam melaksanakan undang-undang ini. I appreciate some concern by some members, but please be reassured in the process of the Sarawak SEGO NEPA Board Development Bill in trying to develop the industry, please to ensure that no one or any community shall be deprived the benefit of the industry. And we are moving into trying to, in our endeavor for high income economy. I'm of the view we cannot do it in rush. What we should do, we should be obliged to take along the socio-economic part of it and move them into, I call a hybrid, meaning to commercialize the traditional ways of doing things to be more profitable. On the other hand, we move into commercialization. And that's the area we must go into in full fledged. But having said that, we need, towards that direction, the role of private sector is very important to be the driving force in order for us to be in full-fledged commercialized. While before we reach that, we have government must facilitate. This way we have some venture capital and so on, agro fund and subsidy and so on. We have, I've heard a lot of very good suggestions from the members that, especially a member for Beting Maru, so detailed, and in fact, it sounds like winding up from me. But to me, this bill is long overdue. I have mentioned earlier in my second reading, that how this big industry or this venture has been declining because of other crops, competition from other crops and so on. So therefore, it's very timely, even though it's long overdue, for us to look at set a body. That body that I've mentioned earlier, that be able to set a policy and also other planning from upstream all the way to downstream and so on. And some members have also mentioned that we should encourage the younger generation or the youth. Yes, indeed, that is a very good approach because we want to divert them into going into agricultural venture in terms, especially in terms of business. Having said that, we must also concern about the group actually doing this all this while, over decades and so on. And where are they now? And what status have they achieved? So therefore, I think the missing planning here is because there's no coordination. So that's the reason why we need a board to take away the burden, especially like DOA or even LCDA and so on, to be focused on trying to develop this industry. And we have a potential pool of good human capital, and also we have land. So having said about land and any development, we have to look into land in order that we will not be able to get a clean land, meaning the land without encumbrances and so on. Therefore, as a normal practice, we should engage with the community, of the local and so on. I appreciate what Ali Bermat from Bakalan has said. It has been a problem when we facing during our oil palm and so on. But this is a different approach now. We will look into, because it's different area. It doesn't go really enter to inland, mostly the coastal area and so on. Some of the land are already quite clear cut and so on in terms of encumbrances and so on. So there are some questions by Ali and Broman that, especially from Padungan, concern about, well, we are serious about the commercializations and so on, the research and development part of it, and of course looking at a crown trying to do some cloning with the species from PNG, and I must admit that the research is still ongoing and so on. And also from Bawasan in terms of in-depth study. Indeed, yes, that is the reason why we need to have the proper board and so on, so that we can do the whole holistic approach, mechanization, modernization, and whatever it is. And we want to attract the younger generation or the younger workforce so they'll be able to indulge in this new industry. And I think that is the way forward for us, trying to develop an industry. After this, I will also table another one, which is rubber, quite similar situation we're in. But as any other endeavor of industrialization or commercialization, there will be challenges in terms of our coordination, in terms of our policies, in terms of engagement with the communities, local communities, in terms of a lot of other things. But we actually, from time to time, me as a minister of this ministry, we will engage, we will look into all the issues at hand and trying to resolve them amicably or mutually, because this is important for us to move forward. There is no way for us to develop any industry, any venture, without trying to resolve in terms of especially conflicts and so on. We learn from the past, and we should be able to look forward, not only the government, not only the agencies, but also the people, or the leaders in this August House. So therefore, I think all the leaders that have given views and so on, rest assured, we will take them into account in our endeavor, in our process of industry. Dr. Speaker, once again, I would like to thank all members of this August House for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, the question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of Honorable Minister of Modernization of Agriculture and Regional Development be referred to the Committee of the whole House. As many as are of the opinion, say yes.
Yes.
As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The yes have it. The motion is agreed. The Dewan will now resolve into the Committee of the whole House to consider the bill which stands committed to the committee. The Dewan will now consider the Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2020.
Clauses 1 to 56.
The question is that clauses 1 to 56 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. Clauses 1 to 56 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clause and title.
The Dewan shall now resume.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Sago and Nipah Development Bill Board Bill 2022, sorry.
Yes, Minister. The Dewan shall now resume.
May I?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 has been considered by the Committee of the whole House and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang ketiga. Sago and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022. Yang berhormat Menteri Pertanian dan Pembangunan Wilayah.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Sego and Nepah Development Board Bill 2022 be now read a third time and do pass.
The question before the Dewan is that the Sego and Nepah Development Board Bill 2022 be read a third time and do pass. As many as are of the opinion say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. The bill is read the third time and passed.
Sego and Nepah Development Board Bill 2022.
In view of the time now, shall we adjourn it to this afternoon till 2:45 p.m., please?